And hello everybody. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. We're running it now. Running it now. All right. Let's see what we've got. Let's hit up the midis. And a blender. Let's hit that music credit, of course. I wonder if I should just do like a... If I should just like before the stream, just start Blender once so that it, starts up faster. Anyways, today, we've mostly got Lux figured out. I think. I hope. She's looking good to me. Obviously there's this bit with the seams, which is bugging me, but at the same time I feel like it's somewhat appropriate. And it is hidden from many angles. So hopefully we can just do that and have it be good. We'll see about it though. But yeah. We'll also have to do the parenting stuff, which ought to be a fun time. And we'll have to finish out her hands, too. So, plenty on her still to do. Say nothing of the fact of figuring out her eyes, but I've got a cool idea for that, which I think will be good. I'm seeing like a light yellow here, so I think what we'll do is have like a little volumetric for her, and I think that'll look good. But, we'll see. We'll see. I don't think I've done anything that merits a save, but that's okay. We should also... yeah. Just get all the naming out of the way. Be fine. There's something in there, that's spooky. But, yeah, I think we've got everything that we need out of here. Yep. Yeah, it looks all good. Everything's well named, everything's more or less justifiable. Obviously there are certain difficulties design-wise with the feet, but I do think that's acceptable. So, we will call her done. Especially because, in general, I think we're not going to be focusing too much on shots that are completely full body. This ought to be fine. Anyways, yeah, now we have something to save, but I don't know why I keep saving. We can just hide the entire collection, and away she goes. And now, we hide this one and throw in this one. Now, obviously, one thing from Knox, or from Lux, that we will keep is the wax seal. So, or, I don't actually remember if it's a wax seal or not. Hold on. Thumbcraft Golem. Hold on. I've got a... this is a... It's an animation core. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah. Well, let's see. Do we have any golem core stuff? No? Okay. But what is a golem core made out of? Golem core's page. Empty. Okay. Nothing in particular, huh? Oh, brick. Brick and, Nitor, huh? Or Elementum? No, it's not Elementum, it's Nitor then. Yep, that's Nitor. Alright. Not that that means anything to anybody who's watching, except maybe Vino, but I don't think Vino's here right now. Anyways. Yeah. No, we're good. We've got an interesting combination of round and square here, but this should be fine, at least in theory. In practice, I'm a little concerned, but you know. Let's just start with the basics and let's just get to it. Okay, we're at median, it looks like, when it comes to interpolation mode, so we should be good. Good enough. Alright. Yeah, we don't want to move faster than before on this. Let's put it like that. It's advised to move a little faster with Knox than we did with Lux, otherwise we're going to be here all week. As it stands, I'm still expecting a completion date on Thursday? Which is not ideal, but you know. Is what it is, as it were. Okay. Really don't know. I mean, I don't think Knox's neck would be cylindrical, but I can't tell. I also think that in Knox's case, his head might actually be flush with... That's a good question, huh? Yeah, we've got a blocky head this time, which is good. Slightly tapered. Nothing crazy. Okay. Body's about the right thickness, we just gotta keep things more or less on that level, and everything should be fine. We've got a bit of a sweeping motion here, which is going to be one of the harder things to model. With that aside, everything seems fine. We've got slots, which we didn't have to deal with before, but offers an opportunity to make things a lot easier on us. Especially because, much more than Lux, we can be confident that, you know, Knox's little golem margins here swing around in interesting ways. Alright. We're listening to Jimmy Paddock music tonight. Switched away from Corp for a little bit, just to try and keep things fresh. Hopefully it'll be fresh for the audience. And again, we've also probably listened to a collective about 500 hours of Jimmy Middies, so you never know. You do your best. Okay. Oh, is all this in the... No, this is all in the... This is all in the wrong goddamn collection again. That's okay. This is the collection. We are working from here. Okay. Okay. All right. Solid so far. Nothing world-changing here. By comparison to the last one, the real difficulty is going to be able to make this make sense with rigid parts. Because I'm pretty sure if you measured these up with like a tape measure and then did math, you would find that they're not the same length as this. Just a vibe, though. Just a feeling. You know what I'm saying? Now, what we could say is also we've got a bit of a like that's clearly roundedness. So this is clearly meant to be round. You know. Good enough. All right. I guess you could argue that these cannot be cylindrical arms because we got a flat face here. And then we got what seems to be a hard edge here. which would imply that at most they're, like, semicircular-ish. I suppose it's a possibility. It's not one that I relish, and I don't think that it would make sense, given the flat nature of this, unless that's also rounded. I don't get that vibe, because this has to be a flat face. If this is a flat face, then this must be a flat face, I think. I'm not 100% guaranteed, but if it's a round face, then... I mean, obviously we don't have the kind of shading that would let us conclusively confirm that, but I just don't think it would otherwise make sense. Being blunt. No, I don't think it would. No, we know well enough this is going to be some sort of rounded thingamajig. That's how that's going to work. And we're going to have to figure out a way to actuate hip movement, mostly by having to figure out a way to make the hip movement... I don't know. Yeah. We do have some dished elements here on the kneecaps, and you could, in theory, present the notion... Beg pardon? That we've got something like this here, so... Potentially. Little buddy can't probably bend. I wouldn't imagine. And we can clearly see that that pelvis is flush with that torso. Little buddy can't bend. So I would hope. Oh, for the love of Christ. Actually, this is remarkably tight finish here. I would say that I definitely did a photo finish here. I mean, worst case scenario, we can just do this. Okay. Well, we can maybe hypothetically do that. What in the gods? Oh. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, that'll do. I don't know why I was dicking around with trying to do it manually, but I got my head back in the game. Okay. Now, presumably, it's rounded on both ends, I would suggest. If I had to surmise, that is in fact what I would surmise. Yeah, buddy, is your neck round? I know that your face has to be round, because if we follow this, that is round. That is only round. That can only be round. Which also means I probably should have kept some of the stuff that I made for Lux's face, since as it turns out, we're going to have to keep Lux's face off Knox's face. Cool. Cool. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, suffice it to say, we, yeah. Honestly, the way that I should have done it, believe it or not, is Knox's body, Lux's head, Knox's head. Weird that I should have ping-ponged around like that, but every sign seems to be that that's the case. Look at this. Alright, this is some valuable info, huh? We can tell that it's flush, so... I believe that means we just kinda gotta live with what we've selected here. Yeah, I guess we do. And I guess we're gonna have to, like, a boolean? Yeah, we might have to bool it. Though, realistically, we're probably just gonna use the knife tool since these are fairly flat faces. But you get the idea. No, wait, hold on. Oh yeah, there's a little bit of overlap. It's not present here, but it is present in the reference. It is present in the reference, right? I'm not imagining... Nope, I'm not imagining it. Clear as day. Clear as day. Uh-huh. Interesting. Okay. Do we split the difference? God damn, I don't know. Everything was looking so natural, so normal, so fresh and so clean, and then before you know it. It happens, though. It happens occasionally. Interesting, okay. I think we can assume a cylindrical profile for this, because that's certainly what the lack of lines indicates to me. We've got a cylindrical sort of tapered dowel situation, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Good enough. I mean, yeah, the real answer is you bullshit is what you do. The real answer is you bullshit. But I'm even having a hard time representing in my mind what kind of situation you would have to do to bullshit this pelvis. Because what you would have to do, right, is... And then I stop talking because I think about it, right? Like a walk cycle that presumes that the leg is kind of inset into the pelvis. I mean, the thing is, you can see right up into the lower pelvis. There's no gap. But isn't there, though? If you apply your imagination and just expand line thickness 5,000, maybe there is a gap. Maybe there's a gap, Jefferson. You thought about if there's a gap. What then? What then, indeed? So, are the legs then actually flush? We're immediately asking some hard questions. We're not going to do anything wacky, basically, until I, like, have my life figured out. This is a bit of a blocker, actually, but I'm not going to be able to solve the blocker without getting a better picture of the kinematics. So the best way to do that is to just keep going. The best way to do that is to just keep going. At least in theory, We start from here, actually. Flip normal, please. Okay. Nice and easy. Until... Okay, well. Yeah, you could very easily, in fact, almost effortlessly make the case that this is indicative of a failure in the proportion department, not just for Knox, but for Lux. 'Cause that aspect ratio, That aspect ratio ain't quite right. Yeah. Might as well have done Knox first. Would have been faster. Oh well, live and learn. Do the angular body first, then the non-angular head second. We'll move forward with what we have, since it's proportional with Lux. Now, hold on. Is there a way around my issue by slimming down the proportions somewhat, given that this is a rounded, this is a rounded top. So because this top is rounded, maybe there's a way around it. Maybe because it's rounded, there's a taper that I could account for. Some angle from which it is flush. I mean, Knox is leaning forward, which would imply that there's an angle from which, if his legs were thinner, about there, right? There is, in theory, an angle from which, assuming that this is like a half taper or something like that. Yeah, maybe. That would imply that Knox's legs are forward, though, which, you know. 2B boops me. Hello, 2B. Welcome to the stream. I'm contemplating. So we'll say, this is clearly some kind of square, so. Square adjacent, at least. He says, so why do you say you should have moved back and forth on the characters? Well, it's very simple. Knox has a geometrical body. And that geometrical body is very, I don't know how else to describe it, but it's just very strongly defined. So if you take certain significant assumptions, you can say, you know, this could be a canonical body representation for what everything should be proportioned as, in the dimension that we can't see. You can make some inferences from the dimension that you can't see, the side view that you don't have here, as to how this should be proportioned, because at least in theory this is thinner. Could also be foreshortening, though. Maybe I'm overlooking that. Yeah. But anyways, the idea is once you figure out how thick, literally thick, Knox is, you can then design Lux to be the same thickness since they're the same size. By implication, anyways. Dewey says he's super thick. Maybe. How thick remains to be seen. We also have a cylinder that we're supposed to fit in there somehow. Well, I mean, we're supposed to fit it in, but we don't know where. Okay. Dewey asks, you like my mannequin guy? Yes, it was very cool. I don't know if you did an inverse kinematic rig on them or not, but if you found posing difficult and you didn't have if you only did forward kinematics, that would probably explain some of it. Dewey says I did not. Yeah, that'll do it. I should know. I did a forward kinematics only model like less than a week ago. And every time I tell myself it won't be as bad, and every time it is as bad, if not worse. He says, I've only ever used that once. It was following a tutorial for the Doc Ock arms. Yeah, I've used it once or twice. He says, so I don't know how to do that. Yeah, it's a little complicated. There's a whole bunch of nonsense you have to do. It's a bit of a pain in the ass. Anyway, speaking of pains in the ass. The only guaranteed cylindrical thing here is... maybe some sort of housing or casing? He says, is forward kin just animating it all by hand so you can hope it works? Yes. It's also not animating by hand because curves also do that, right? Like, if you tween between two things, all the in-betweens are still doing forward kinematics. Like, it's... behind the scenes, it's doing all kinds of shitload of math on it. But you don't do any of that math. It's much simpler math, too. So there's FK-IK switches where you can go between doing it manually and when you do inverse kinematics. And the idea is that you can then activate whether it's targeting the FK or the IK and then do curve and out, like, impact on that, and then it's a whole fucking thing. It's a whole fucking thing. Crazy to think once upon a time I did forward inverse kinematics by hand. Okay. Go quad sphere. So he says, can you teach me IK, or is it too convoluted? There's a lot of pretty good tutorials on it. I would say that I can't do a better job than YouTube on how to do it in Blender. Now, I'll probably do IK stuff during the stream, so if you stick around, maybe you'll see something you find useful. God damn it. Oh, cool. What kind of sphere is that? That means I have to apply scale. What in the goddamn hell? We're going off. Maybe that's why? I don't know. 3D cursor? Okay. Well, part of it is that I didn't select these. Okay. Okay, well, that's... Okay, medium point. Alright, there we go. He says, yeah, because I want to make a better walking anim, and I wanted to do a backflip to the starting location, so I can make a GIF. Yeah, that'll take some doing, but it's by no means impossible. Is probably going to look up walking animation tutorials as well as I can. Maybe might stream it later. It's a good idea. There's not much to it. Well, it really depends on how much you want to get into it. There's not much to doing it in Blender. There's a constraint, I believe. Constraints, add constraint. Maybe it's, yeah, it's in bone constraints, so it's not going to be here. Yeah. In the blessed event that we actually get to making the armature today, which, mind you, it will be a blessed event if it happens, it'll be pretty easy to show it off. He says, send you a pic to see if you can find it of the constraints. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's gonna be tracking inverse kinematics. Second from the right. Column, like halfway down. Why is the what happened here? Huh? Whatever. Okay. He says you borked it. It's been like that. Yeah. I guess it has been like that, hasn't it? This is gonna go live and attempt some blending myself, but I may still come back with some questions. No worries. Well, you know what goes over top. Oh yeah, like it or not, we got some fundamental thicknesses to deal with here. We're just gonna hide all this while I'm working on this. Look back to Lux. Lux's legs are much more substantial until we get to here, and then they're rectangular. Okay, well. There's precedent, at least. But yeah, we also know from this. Yeah, we got a bit of a squared circle situation here. Can't really debate the circle too much. Wish we could debate the circle. I would debate the circle. We can just about do that. Okay. Yeah, I suppose we could just make it a roller. Not ideal, but nothing says we can't. In point of fact, nothing says it has to be a full cylinder. Could be a truncated cylinder, welded on, as it were, to this, pinned in place or such. I think this one for the knee overrules this one. Like, that just gets truncated, and that can't be right. The compromise position that you can do is give it some thickness. I suppose you can give it some thickness, it's true. and we've got another lofted rectangle situation right away. That's fine, though. CL.Knox and then CL.Lux would probably be the safest way to do this. Okay. Welcome back to this. Honestly, works just fine, huh? Yeah. Nothing doing. Okay. Okay. Don't mind this. if you insist, sure. Jesus Christ. Okay. Why is the positive... Why are they facing the negative y-axis? Good God. How did I manage that one? That is straight hijinks, huh? Oh well. Actually, do I need to do anything about any of this on the back face? It's not clear to me that I do, actually, come to think of it. No, it's not clear to me that those should be through pins. They're not through pins. Why am I doing this? Okay. Okay. We'll just merge that, no problem. Okay. That's not so bad. Okay. It's a little crazy, but you know, it is what it is. Oh, did we have the merge? We had the merge. That's a problem. I'm fairly certain that's a problem anyways. So yeah, I think this is meaningful progress. Let's put it like that. Things get suddenly dicey here, though. Alright. I'll take a bathroom break real quick, mull this over, and then we'll BRB, and then we'll be back. But BRB, everybody. I'll be right back. Alright, everybody, I'm back. Thank you for your patience. Let's get back into it. Okay. Interesting. We're getting very close now to a point where... Yeah. Interesting, to say the least. Origin to 3D cursor. Okay, no difference there. That's good. Why is the cylinder named Cube.006? Love to know that. Okay. Oh boy, I'm bamboozled by these knees. Well, we know certain things. We know that these are meant to terminate in some tangent of the... Yeah. Which is attainable, mind you. It is attainable and I think necessary, so we're just gonna go for it. There's gotta be a... Hold on. Okay, cool. Okay. Now we use the period key. Huh. Got it. Anyways, yeah, we're just gonna... That's a tangent. Yeah, the main problem I have is now we have this problem, but more. No, I hate to say it, but we can't. You can either give him real thick knees. No, that's pretty much it. I think we're just gonna have to give him thick-ass knees. Even then, I've got my concerns, because that's already... I didn't see that. I mean... Listen, that is a fixable problem, because that is a separation... That's a non-overlapping magisterium, as we say. Ooh. Here I was thinking Knox was going to be easy. Lo and behold, you run into all kinds of things that you just gotta improv, man. Well, one way to do it, one simple and easy way to do it is just make that inset good enough, you know? Profile shape. Hmm. What in the god? Okay. Okay, well. So I guess I think I figured out what to do with the right hand on my next attack. Thank you for the advice. Glad to hear it, Sally. So I guess I just edited the pose of the hand and thumb slightly, and it looks more natural now. Nice. That's good. this is the best that I can do, I think. Good lord, how did this happen? Ill-advisedly, that's how it happened. Yeah, we're just gonna have to muddle through this. Jesus God. I have no idea how any of this happened. I just know how I might be able to fix it. Oh, sweet Jesus God, no. I don't know how to fix it. Okay, well. Closest I can come to fixing it is getting this one wirelined with these ones. I thought I knew how to fix it. I did not know how to fix it. Oh boy, in general, this one... Oof. So look alright. Yeah, I don't know about all this. I don't know about all this, but I don't know any alternative either, so, you know. The alternative is to exhale. Well, it doesn't look horrible right now. There are problems. God Christ, there are problems, but Elowen writes is raiding with a party of 2. Welcome, raiders. Welcome to the stream. Sunset 2 Sunrise Saga says raid, raid, raid. Oh, indeed. Thank you very much for dropping by. And Sozin Forever likewise says raid, raid, raid. Oh, welcome by. I hope you enjoy our intense interrogation of geometrical problems. Which is what 3D modeling often boils down to at the end. Yes. Right, we actually need to turn on snapping. And just GX that bad boy. Alright. Helen Wright says, raid. Welcome by, and thank you. I appreciate it. Okay. I mean, that's wacky, but it's technically quad geometry. The real question's less about that and more about... We won't have to worry about that. At least not for a while yet. What on earth did you have? I guess you tapered in a... We ought to be able to just flatten this. Yeah, and that honestly ought to be fine. Likewise, this ought to be flattenable too. Not that it's as relevant as the other part. And once we got that, we'll have it all taken care of. Okay. Yeah, that's a problem, but it's not a big one. Is fine. And there we go. Okay. Everything's mostly fine. Except for whatever's going on there. Okay. GX that to be there. Go. Problem solved. Perfect. Okay. It might end up being a little janky because we need to bevel all this. That's the problem. Yeah, that's the next difficulty. We could always hand bevel it. Yeah, in fact, it shouldn't matter too much. Because in theory, it should be covered by that. In practice, we'll see how that works out. Yeah, we will. Speaking of, now that we've got a semi-workable, hypothetically functional, potentially usable potentially even usable solution here. I mean, the main thing is that it's dish in a way I don't like. But we can fix that. Okay, separate selection, then we got that bad boy. Okay. We should just be able to slide this vertex down. See. Obviously we had to kind of chomp into it to make it work, but we'll ignore that for now. Oh, and then we'll it's not there. Vertices, at least in theory, when that merges, that should give us a nice, I mean, we might have to dissolve that vertex in specific, but that should give us a nice little filled edge. Right, of course. Wouldn't be that easy. No, it wouldn't be, but it doesn't have to be much worse than that. Yeah, at least in theory. We will see, though. Yeah, we'll find out, I guess. G-stretch. Jesus, I don't know what that did. Almost flatten it. It should... No, it won't be good because we needed the curve. We need these to curve in ways that are... yeah, that'll do it. Okay. Now we just need to, like, make a quad that goes across. Easier said than done, but... Okay. We know we'll need a... Yeah, we'll need a 3-pole around here somewhere. But how bad it needs to be, that remains to be seen. We got 3 on here. We've definitely overdone it. Let's see, how are we doing now? Two verts of 35. Huh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright, well the good news is we should be able to just dissolve a few and have okay. 21 verts, supposedly, huh? Wonder how I managed that. Ineptly, I'm sure, but more so than usual, I must add. Let's see. We got 1-1 correspondence here, right? Yeah, that's fine. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. That would be what I'm missing. There was an extra guy in there that I didn't notice. Okay. You sure about that? What in God's name? How'd that happen? Connecting edge loops overlap. I'll explain what that means? No, I guess you don't. Alright, well, whatever. We'll just do this the hard way, I guess. Thank you, Snapping. You always know exactly what I'm picking out. Okay, well, let's see what happens if we space these out. Okay, nothing blows up right away. We gotta give our we gotta be thankful for that. Yeah. Okay. Seems fine to me. Let's see, we've got a 3-pole here, but that's about as bad as it gets. Now, when a 3-pole is the worst that it gets, I think you gotta be grateful for that. So, we will call that a dub for now. The real question is, will this be tenable? And that, I don't know for sure. We'll see if this is anything. I've got my doubts. But that's about the kind of thing that's it's going to take to get this, you know, lined up properly. Okay, that was a little weird, but, you know, we see Blender do things like that every day. Okay, so it's crossing into something. What it is exactly, I don't know. Kinda need my depth perception for this one. Oh, okay, that's fun. That's cute. Zany, even. It says, a quad that grows across. Yeah, that's probably a valid way to say it. Okay. Alright, so, you know, despite all the troubles and difficulties, we've got something. Is it perfect? No. No, I wouldn't say so. Loop tools. Yeah, you'd think it'd be better at that. It is not, in fact, better than that. Yeah, we can just delete this. And there we go. 2 3 poles. 1 5 pole. We live with it. Alright. Now we just need to make it, you know, presentable. So, I guess the first step is to shade auto smooth, or just shade smooth, I guess. See how bad the damage is. It's not horrible. You got that 5 pole, and from certain angles it's less than perfect, but is it going to be noticeable once textured? I think not. Because I think it'd be kind of suicidal and needless to make this the shiny part of him. There's no need to shade that shiny. There's no need. That'll be more than fine. More than fine, really. Yeah, we're gonna call that an okay. We're gonna call that good, even, perhaps. Perhaps even good. Alright, yeah, sure. Can't hate it. Can't hate it. Anyways. Now that we've gotten that ordeal out of the way, mostly through just, like, suffering, I guess, would be the way that I would describe it. Yeah, just, like, going with it. Seems like it's fine. Seems like it's fine. Alright. Well. Don't ask me how, if at all, this dude got an ankle. Because I'm not convinced he does got an ankle. I am convinced that he is rounded there and not there. I'm fairly sure that's explicit. So we can go ahead and do that now. Yeah, that seems fine. Oh, shit. Right. Oh, wait. Active point? No, it's still pivoting from there. Median should be fine. Okay. We're just gonna start beveling like crazy assholes and hope it works out. This is a valid technique. Okay. Oh, god damn it. What in God's name did you do there? Why? Why did you do that? Okay, so this is gonna be a job for Subdivide after all, I guess. Cool, that's normal. And if we just shade smooth, looks fine, honestly. Auto smooth looks, yeah, No, shade smooth it is. So smooth. Alright, well. That looks fine. Okay. Now it's just about getting the rest of it set up proper. Solidify. There. Okay. Yeah, that seems fine, honestly. So it's not perfect from all angles, but it's good enough. We could also bevel and shade smooth here. Hopefully it looks good, but we'll find out. Okay. Well, it doesn't take a bevel. We would have to make it take a bevel. Which would mean making it take an inset. Which would... I mean, not be the most horrible thing in the world, but a bit of a pain in the ass. Yeah, all we'd have to do is... Let's see. We could do this, and then we'd have tries. Which, nobody loves a try, but, you know. Let's say we did it like this, right? Well, we did it like this, then we could dissolve those ones. Easy, easy. Yeah, maybe that's all it'll take to fix it. I'm sure there's something I'm not accounting for, but I'm not gonna worry about that. That's future Deffer's problem. And that future Deffer's is not like tomorrow Deffer's, that's like 5 minutes from now Deffer's. That's advanced. Alright? Making it 5 minutes from now use problem, that's the technique you want to pick up. They don't show that just anywhere. Once you learn that, there's no going back to the old ways. What the fuck center were you merging at? That was an interesting merge at center. Okay. Well, whatever. It'll be fine, probably. Okay, so now we got tries there, but nobody's looking there, so we don't care about those. Unless the lighting shows up, at which point I'm going to regret everything because I have already done so many operations that there's almost no doubt that we can't reverse it easily. Brilliant foresight there. Yeah. You just can't get that kind of judgment anywhere else. Okay. I think we've almost done it. Yeah, I think we've almost done it, if we haven't outright done it. Okay. So at least now, in theory, we should be able to just, you know... Does that look good? Let's say that it's an open question, really. We could add a subsurf. Make it look a little better. Subsurf. Yeah, it's not ideal, but looks better than before. Not exactly like there's a giant pile of these all over the spot either to take up too many tries. Still overkill, I will say that much. We do not need this many. But yeah. Okay. So the real question is if I don't think I can bevel this is the problem that I have now. Also, what do you mean? How? How even? Easy fix, but what? Alright, whatever. Yeah, I wish all my problems were that easy, but still, how? Okay, well. So let's just do some sanity checking here. Let's not work we don't have do. Let's not work we don't have do. Good life advice. I don't tell you that. It's true. So I guess I have to start heading out now. Have a good rest of the stream. Thank you, Sally, and thank you for dropping by. If I shade smooth it, what happens? Oh, what happens is I forgot to bevel one edge. As is usually the case when I try this kind of thing. Okay. Honestly, it's not a complete disaster like I thought it might be. Still gets a bit weird, but only from certain angles. It might be the case that it doesn't look disastrous. And that even if it does, we should be able to fix it with a little bit of edge control. Name are you even doing this? Why is any of that necessary? Oh, 4, yeah. That is almost certainly not necessary. In fact, I think I can just do this and make it not happen. With no downsides? Oh no, I spot a downside. Well, I guess we will try it and figure out what happened. Oh, good lord. Yeah, no. Oh, interesting. You can use Alt-S on a single vert. That's conveniently helpful. Okay, so it's a little jank. It's substantially jank, but... Hey, you'd be surprised. You can make anything work if you try hard enough. You should just be able to turn this into... Yeah. There it goes. Straight up, not even terrible. Great. You know what? We're gonna call that a dub. We're gonna call that a dub. Obviously, we can't get to beveling this until we figure out the pelvis situation, which, you know, I decided to skip to see if I could find any solutions. And what I found was mostly just, what is it, apparently 3 hours of pain? 3 hours of pain. So, you know, We're working through it. We're going through it. We're living through it. We're breathing through it, really. Every dimension of through it, we're doing. We're doing it through it, you know? Be that as it may. I mean, the main thing is just we need to figure out... We definitely have an inset situation we know we need to take care of, so we can do that much at least. Yeah, this is the part where it gets a little weird. All we know is they're rounded. And they can angle outwards. But you know, one thing at a time, man. Alright, well. Okay, it says there's no indication in the drawing that the leg hinge with the hip is either round or square. I somewhat beg to differ. I believe that this is part of a radius, specifically I believe that this is not a straight line, and it is intended not to be a straight line, which conceals... This is what I see. Okay, that only works from one view angle, which I've lost. But yeah, that's what I see. I also see... that. Cargo says, I concede your beg. I stand corrected. At least that's the only way that I make sense of it. Naturally, this comes to a head, though, because as you can tell, or maybe you can't because of this, all this stuff in the way. Knox, if you would disappear for a second, please. That's all well and good until you get to this. This overlap right here, between the corner of the pelvis and the center, is not really compatible with this kind of motion. Wow, this notes thing is just a recipe for disaster. So, yeah. It's certainly something. That is what has been driving me up a wall lately. Okay, fine. This can't be all that hard. Honestly, a little confused here. If we imagine expansion from the outer rim inward, or from the outer hip inward, yes, then that would imply connection at that height, which would make some sense, I guess. Yeah, sure, I guess we could try that. Problem there. Hi, Vina. Welcome. We got a discrepancy that we're working through tonight. A discrepancy and its implications. disrectone, see? Says Vino, and yeah, something like that. The thrust of it is very simple. We've got an overlap of the torso here, of the pelvic region here, whereas we've got an intersection from another angle here, and that causes all kinds of problems. Those are fundamentally a little incompatible. Every attempt that I've tried to diminish the impact of it has so far failed. So it's time to crack knuckles and do it goodly. Oh, we've been goodly doing all over the shop. This knee was a continuous goodly doing motion. Yeah, it'd almost work. There. It's not symmetrical anymore, but that's fine. I don't think it was symmetrical in the drawing, even. Okay. Okay, it's really weird that it skipped over this one and only this one. Everything's looking good so far. I don't know what kind of fresh hell it's gonna give me next. I believe in my bones there probably will be some, though. And of what kind? That I couldn't say. That I couldn't say. Oh, right, that's this pelvis thing. Yeah, I have my whole doubts about this whole thing, but not much we can do about it yet. Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah, nothing seems immediately catastrophic. I guess that's a kind of victory, right? If I'm not lying dead on the floor of an IHOP, that means I'm winning. It may not be an inspiring vision for victory, but it is what we've got. Sure enough, that doesn't look terrible. That, on the other hand, could use some work, but we'll just flip it over and good. I am fascinated by whatever's going on with these color grade shifts. As I tell you, those do not look like the same color even a little bit. This is this. Like, this is this. You're correct, but... how it goes from that to almost pitch black, I don't know. I'm gonna study that for science, goddammit. forget about the inset there either. That'll be way too easy to forget sooner or later. We've definitely got something. Say around there is the arbitrary position that is correct. Let's say it because we can. It'll be about right. And it says shading go burr. Oh, indeed. One of my favorite James Paddock tracks right here. Within Reach. Out of the Back to Saturn X soundtrack. The problem is that smooth shading imposes certain positions on us that we cannot deny. Alright, well, it's time to unfuck this mesh. Easier said than done, but not impossible by any means. Yeah, this whole face is gonna go, huh? Yep, whole face is gonna go. Alright. Okay, that's still a 5 gone, though, is the problem that I have now. No, yeah, I didn't fix a goddamn thing, actually. Cool. Cool, no, yeah, that wasn't anything. All of that was nothing. Cool. Good. Yeah. Okay, cool, let's just start with the basics. Okay, cool. Now we're just gonna shoot right through that. He says, well, you had one artifact, now you now have 2. Nice. Yep, you know, it's good. It's good. We like that, actually. It's good. Okay. Greg says, you could solve this by making the faces that should be flat actually flat. I mean, you would think so, right? And yet. Flatten. That's them flat. Flat as a board. Doesn't help much. Be that as it may, we can probably make it work. And it says, shouldn't you make them quads ideally by adding edges from those concave vertices to opposite edges? It's what I'm working on, I think. That's what I'm trying to do at any rate. Like, it's still rough, don't get me wrong, but we're getting there. That's, quite looking the way that I remember it. Let's put it like that. No, that sure ain't. That sure ain't hanging together the way you'd expect it to. Let's just put it like that. He says, okay, then I'd use the modifier-weighted normals, because now we're plunging into the ludicrous zone. This topology is a sign of the apocalypse. I mean, the weird part is, this is a complete, like, this is a fuck gone. Like, this thing is, like, a 12 gone, and it's just like, yeah, no, I'm okay with that. I'm fine with that. This is fine. And it's like, I genuinely kind of don't see the problem. I mean, I can tell it's not ideal, but like, this is not a shit show by any description, at least to me. Well, yeah, okay, this isn't great. We've got a 3-pole. Okay. And it's like, yeah, sure, this is a little unevenly spaced, but like, We've got all quads. You can tell me we don't, but we do. Oh, jeez. What happened here? Like, why is it such a disaster zone is what I want to know. What is it objecting to so strenuously? Is it just the fact that there's not, you know, as much proper spacing here? It's just like, yeah, this is a bit much. I can't deny that, but like, this could be fixed. Is that it? I suppose that could be it, yeah. Like, just extrude a grid from, like, here, right? Yeah, sure, it looks fucked. I don't deny that, but like, is it actually fucked? I don't think that it is. All we have to do, right, is right. This is Blender should have a single and goodlify button, to be honest. Yeah, it should. For all that, this should work, in my humble opinion. Okay. And it's still completely fucked. Why? What happened? Shade flat, shade smooth. And it's just specifically, well, no, it's here, there, and everywhere. Which I guess I should be happy about. I mean, is it just because it's 6-pole? If it was just because it's a 6-pole, it would only be here that the problem is, right? And to be fair, I mean, in the game's defense, that one was on me. That one was on me. The other ones, though? Baffling to me. Where are these poles even coming from? I mean, I guess this is what we have this for. Okay, pole count 4. Poles are not equal to... Uh-huh. I mean, everything down here we can ignore. This is... I had a 5-pole here and a 5-pole here. We could make it a 4-pole through what means exactly? Hold on, these are tries. That would be why, wouldn't it? Oh, we got a triangle here. That'll do it. The good news is, the triangle's not necessary. If that's all it is, then it'll be nice and easy to fix. No more 5-pole, completely normal. Completely normal. You cannot complain because it's completely fine. Okay. Well, that didn't help as much as I thought it might. This is fucking weird. What did all this come from? Why are you all being fucking weird? Okay, this is bizarre. What happened here? Why did this happen? Okay, and we got this merge shit going on too. Yeah, it just doesn't like it. I don't know how else to describe it. And it's still wrong somehow. Okay, anyways. So those are 5 poles, and it really does not like that. I guess we could draw the 5 pole away by doing this. Okay. That's not how you do that, Devers. It's a nice thought, but that's not how you do that. Hmm. At least in theory, now there's no more 4-pole, but I'm sure there's something else. Oh wow, I didn't manage to fix shit. That's crazy. No, to fix shit, I would have to... Okay. See, this is the kind of geometry puzzle time bullshit that I really need to get better at. No, I haven't fixed shit. Okay. Now we have this triangle here, so, you know, that's not going anywhere. Yeah, this is wacky. Genuinely kind of silly. I don't understand a goddamn thing about what's going on here. I didn't think I was doing anything crazy, but every indication seems to be that no, in fact I was doing something completely fucked. And I don't really understand why. Select the white trait, poles by count, and then... Yeah, well, those 3 poles are unavoidable. Those 1 poles don't mean shit. Like it or not, that's a quad, and it's shading properly. That's the part that's infuriating. That is shading properly. This, on the other hand, not so much. No, not so much. All this is fine, it's just this zone is completely a disaster. And some of it is because of these 3 poles, which is, I mean, fine, I guess. But some of it is because of these little mystery zones right here. And that I have less of an idea about. Yeah, this is genuinely a little bizarre. Weighted normals does just fine. Yeah, no, weighted normals fixed everything. I'd be happy about that, but I'm kind of pissed. Weighted normals sure does seem to imply that you understood exactly what I actually needed you to do. Infuriating. Actually infuriating. Is it just a matter of insetting? That seems crazy, right? But, you know. You'd think that'd help, and I guess it technically did, but not by much. Okay. No, none of that is right. You know, it says that was Eldritchify. Yeah. I remember there was an NBA game that came with that feature. Turquoise octagon moon. Yeah, we are not in the adventures of Square anymore, I'll tell you that for free. Nothing square about this shit. Alright, absolutely. You know what? It's weighted normals is time to shine. You're fucking right. You're fucking right. That's it. Weighted normals has got to go. And by that, I just mean we just gotta... Calculate outside, there you go. Merge by distance, please. And there you go. You want to explain that? Because that would go a long way to... No. No, there's no explaining that. Whatever. Alright, so anyways, add modifier, weighted normal, and there you go. Everything's fine now. Except for my emotional damage, everything's fine now. Don't ask me why any of that happened, because I don't know. That was Lynchian, frankly. Apply. Apply weighted normals. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Why does the weighted normal modifier fix things? I don't know. I remember I looked it up and it made sense to me at the time. And now I'm just like, yeah. Yeah, no, that's fine. Everything's fine. The Nia's gonna do some unusual things, I tell you that for free. Come to think of it, though. I could probably size this up in, both these directions without causing major problems, I think. I mean, there are problems. But by comparison, this seems reasonable. Okay. Yeah, okay, anyways. The feet are about as done as they're gonna get until we get into materials and things like that. Speaking of which... let's select link flat faces, or this. Whatever comes faster. So, next step, actually, is going to be something like this. And notice how this doesn't give me any trouble like that? By comparison? Like, yeah, sure, it isn't perfect. I'll grant you, but it's not doing whatever that was doing. It just wasn't. Would weighted normals even make it any different? No, not really. No, we're falling down the same rabbit hole as before. Beveled shit is just a little weird. That's what it's gonna have to be. Oh, and when the fuck did this happen? What am I even looking at? For real, what happened here? Absolutely, what the fuck is going on? I can't even... Why? I'm beginning to understand that what the fuck happened here is like a normal step 7 of a Differsian Blender workflow. Listen, I don't think you're wrong, but it's not an intentional thing, I'll tell you that. This is not my idea of a good time, or anybody's idea of a good time. This is a shit show. But I don't understand this kind of shit show, I'll tell you that for free. Good heavens. Why? Sure. Add back in the missing geometry. Don't ask me why it left. That I don't know. No, that I don't know how to tell you. Oh, okay, there's two... That's not just 1 point. No, it's 2 points. Why is it 2 points? I would say I'm not even mad, but that's kind of false. I'm a little mad. Yeah. I'm big enough to admit I'm a little mad over whatever's going on here. How did it even happen? Why was it not just this from the beginning, which is what I wanted? What I have on the other side. I do have that on the other side, right? Yes. Yes, everything's normal here. Everything's normal on all sides but this one. Whatever, it's okay. Good thing I caught it, I guess. Because that would be insane to have to deal with while you're rigging. Sent me something for IKs? I see. You got some interesting stuff going on with IKs. Congrats. Okay. Take that 180 degrees, bring it down. Python error. There you go. Separate selection, please. Good. Alright. That's a little messed up, but we're gonna fix that. Unless it's fucking weird again. Anybody want to... Oh, okay. That would help contribute to it. Let's put it like that. Good enough. For now. There's definitely going to be weirdness later on, but for now, we're going to call that good. Oh, shit. You want to talk about weird? What happens when we shade this smooth? Well, I can already tell this isn't going to go well. No, this is not going to go well. That's fun and normal. Oh, that's a 5 gone. That'll be great. Ollie Sunasi says, popping in during my 15-minute break. Nice! I hope you've been doing well. I've been making decisions and living with the consequences of them. Let's see. Once we shade smooth, how bad? Yup. Yup. That's... Uh-huh. That's good. That's good. Whatever's going on there, yeah. Let's just hit him with the weighted normals. Okay. Not what I expected. Well, let's pay the piper here. Okay, well that's no good, but whatever. We'll work through it. Once we weighted normals it, maybe it'll be fine. Not sure I trust whatever's going on with these verts. On the contrary, I'm sure I don't trust whatever's going on with these verts. Well, that would explain a lot. Well, at least he says found just the thing for misbehaving normals on YouTube a few days ago. Oh, neat. Feel free to toss a link. I'll give it a watch off stream. Goodness knows I need the help. It's about the right size. Alright, well. Normals, weighted normals. Okay, but... generate... subdivision surface... Oh, okay, that's cool. You need to have these too. Alright, add modifier. Subsurf should be fine this time. Sure enough. Subsurf. Yeah, sure. And add modifier. We don't even need the weighted normals. It doesn't do anything anymore. That's fine. Interesting. It's shorts. Let's see. Alex just says, he says, finally found it. Let's see what we got. Is it from... Let's see who it's from. Okay, Google Chrome, maybe not. Didn't expect it to freeze, but, you know, whatever. Render Hub. Okay. Interesting. Ah, that's right, we don't get volume control on shorts. Neat. Alright. Well, I'll give it a look-see after stream then. Thank you for that, though. I appreciate it. He says this is NP. It makes the surface inherit the UVs of the other object. In that case, I think a cylinder. I think I've used something like that before. Suffice it to say, it was very useful. Sure enough, that'll work just fine. Somehow that doesn't cause problems? Apparently that doesn't cause problems. I would have thought it caused problems, but the shading seems... I mean, it's a little wacky. Wait, normal doesn't even do anything on this one, huh? Yeah, for whatever reason, it just tanks the N-Gon, no problem. Okay, whatever. Not gonna look at Gift Horse and Mouth. And at least he says, I always enjoy your streams when I come back to Twitch for Artfight, then I disappear for another 11 months. I'm glad you like them. It's gratifying to hear so. Particularly when they can be quite the challenge. Okay, well in this case, it looks like it ought to be as easy as making a rectangle, beveling it, and then just extruding where necessary. Hopefully that turns out to be true. I've been surprised before. I've been surprised before. Let's put it like that. we go. Interesting, but fixable, in theory at least. If I may be blunt, the mission for today is just to avoid the hellscape that we had to go through for the shoulder pad last time. That'll be my principal mission objective. Okay, well. So we got some going on here. Honestly, though, the better way to deal with this is to separate these pieces and let their bevels not intersect. That would be a smarter play than the other way. Okay. Yeah, that'll be fine. Hide this bad boy. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how to do it. Okay, yeah, that'll make this problem a little bit more manageable. A little emphasis on a little bit, because we still got something that's hells of unmanageable. I'm sure this is going to make god-awful geometry, and I'm not going to understand why, but at the same time, my options at the moment appear limited, so we're just going to do it. Okay. Something like this, I feel, will probably be the best. Who told you to move in the... Okay, whatever. Okay, will you not move in the Y now? Good. Good, that's nice. Let me just hit the snapping functionality altogether for a second. Okay. Don't really know why I decided to jump. Oh, that would be why, I guess. Huh. Okay. Oh, I bet you the normals are gonna get weird again, aren't they? I bet you they are. Oh, hold on. Here, hold on a second. Here, we don't need to worry as much about quad topology. For the simple reason of, I should just hide all this so I don't have any accidents. Accidents happen after all. We don't have to worry too much about some of the other things that we would have to worry about in other circumstances. Now, don't get it twisted. We still have things to worry about, but they're very different things to worry about, I think. Probably.
Well, here we don't actually... Because they're made of stone, he's made of stone, we don't have to worry so much about smooth curves. We can just have like a peg extruded out here and just be like, yeah, that's where the arm comes from. It's worth a gamble, I think. Might have overshot a bit here. Okay. Yeah, works fairly well. Okay. So now I realize that I need to have the arm sort of pivot on it, on its side, you know? Let's see what we can make happen. No, not like that at all. Okay. Well, that's not great, but it's not terrible. It's gonna be good enough, I think. Once we start beveling it, I expect all kinds of weight-shaped nonsense to pop off and make me regret my words and deeds, but till then, we're sitting pretty. We're sitting pretty till then. Won't be long. Until then, we're sitting pretty. Oh, cool. That'll help everything. Better not to find out what I missed exactly there. So some amount of not merging by vertices religiously enough has probably resulted in some of the more egregious anomalies that I've encountered throughout my time modeling this year. So FBI says, hey, hello, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. So FBI asks what you're making. This person's character for Artfight. Person's name is Spider. I'm making, well, 2 characters actually. We're most of the way through one, and then we got the other one. Already almost done. Obviously we need to rig them, so that's an almost done with a ginormous, like, catastrophic asterisk. But you get the idea. You get the picture. So FBI says, why is there a face inside the box? I'm not sure what you mean. So FBI says it's bad geometry. Face inside the box. I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, you mean this? Maybe. This right here. Yeah, that's because this is technically one piece. Or at least so far. But I'm going to bevel them so that they're not inside one another. Like, yeah, they won't be inside the box itself. They're actually 2 separate pieces. Check it out. If I hit linked, well, hold on. Did they merge? Oh god, they merged by distance. They did, didn't they? That's great. Okay, so once upon a time, none of that was happening. Once upon a time, everything was good. But then things didn't. It says, they merged, that's why I saw it. Yeah, no. I ripped these vertices once before, and then I was able to, you know, hide them. But then I'd merged by distance, and before you know it, things got wacky. But yeah. We'll just... yeah. Select linked here, hide it, then bring that box back. Okay. Then we should be able to bevel it eventually. Eventually. Not so FBI says just make it separate piece. I mean, it's fine. Either way is fine. Not so FBI says join it later. It's fine. Yeah, sure, we could do that if you'd like. Separate selection. We can hide it and then... The main thing is we need to make sure that the bevels between these are consistent anyways, so that doesn't really buy me much, except an extra click here. So FBI asks, are you a robot? No. Not so FBI asks, then why are you always saying not so FBI says, then read the message? Well, I don't have a chat readout, so this is what I prefer to do. That's a wonderful little claw. Well, I'm sure deleting it won't be a huge problem, probably. No, a little bit of manual edit later, and it should be fine. Emphasis on should. Yeah. Okay. Pepperoni pizza or Pepperoni pizza says Team Mystery for the win. Absolutely, Team Mystery represents. I appreciate. I really thought that the Team Mystery inclusion was an inspired choice this year. Okay. I don't. Oh, okay, that's an inspired out. If I inset this, and then, yeah, that might do something. I'm sure I can make this. Oh, it definitely needs some work. Yeah, that's probably fine. Last? Huh? Oh, it doesn't love that from me, no. No, it really doesn't. There's a little bit too much geometry here. Yeah, you know what? That'll work.
bit dramatic, but it's also going to get more dramatic once I shade smooth. Let's see how that ends up looking. So far, disastrous. Catastrophic, actually. Shade auto smooth. Indistinguishable from shade flat. And that cannot be. Genuinely will not permit itself to exist. I'm genuinely a little jealous. However, my goodness gracious. Is it just because of this? I mean, that doesn't help. Whatever's going on here is a bad time for sure. Oh yeah, that's geometrically what we would call a bad time. Those are geometric features you don't want to see. MC Escher would be proud of this. I definitely messed this up. Something fierce. Pepperoni Pizza says, I see you attack robots a lot. Do you find those the easiest to model and animate? Or do you just like that kind of character the best? I tend to prefer, I tend to find it easy for attack of opportunity. If you have to attack an organic character, it tends to be the case that I'll end up doing a lot of retopology and a lot of different kinds of work with that kind of character. So I guess it's mostly ease of use. That being said, I do kind of like mechanical characters just in general. They tend to be some of the ones that I'm best at. I've got a bit of a hard surface modeling background, I guess you could say. Did CAD stuff in another life back in college. So I've got a little bit more aptitude of that than some other people do.
says, ah, that makes sense. I saw you had a robot character of your own, too. Yeah, that little guy took me months to make. Love that little guy. I've done a few organic attacks, come to think of it. There was the Siphonophore character, who was one of my favorites in the end. Really outdid myself with that. That was a cheeky 43-hour project, I remember. Ronnie Pizza says, I like robot/mech/armored characters a lot, but tend not to draw them because I find them complicated. To be fair, they tend to be. And an interesting thing is, if you look at a character and be like, oh, that's an interesting simple mechanical concept, it might actually be the case that that character has been drawn in a way that is secretly Escher-esque, would be my description. And those characters tend to produce a lot of interesting fun times. But I think that's also part of the fun. A lot of people make 2D designs and they don't really realize just how much their design relies on some quirk of the design space. It produces all kinds of interesting things. Really interesting to see what that produces, for example. I have my fears, I have my worries, I'll be honest with you. I have no idea what this thing's gonna do. Oh, Tubi's raiding with a party of 6. Thank you for the raid, Tubi. Tubi says NP. So I don't imagine Shade Smooth will now be functional. No, not as such. Not as such. We can probably improve its function with the judicious use of the knife tool. Well, that tends to be what I believe, and it tends to not be true ever, but still. Could be good. We'll find out soon enough. Says, I edited the Scorpion to have some shaders. Still have no clue how they work though. Yeah, that's a lifelong journey. The node thing is its own functional programming language, basically. While I wasn't looking, they added closures, which is fun. Okay, I mean, it's not great, but it's not, okay, it's not god-awful. I mean, if we just do that a few more times. Wacky now, but maybe a weighted normal modifier and then
won't be so weird. Yeah, that face is fine, so let's just keep at it, and eventually it won't be terrible. And it says, smooth shading just seems to disagree with the existence of corners. And 2B says, I'm getting eepy. Well, thank you for dropping by, and thank you for the raid if you end up having to eat. But yeah, I would actually argue that smooth shading does indeed hate corners, unless they're beveled. And when they're mechanically beveled, you know, things can get out of hand too. Be that as it may, there's still solutions. But yeah, flat shading is all kinds of fine and dandy if you have a flat model. The second you want to do something a little bit more substantial than that, though, yeah, it gets a little weird. Basically, anything with minor surface variations, you're going to want smooth shading, and as you can see, smooth shading or auto smooth shading. And auto smooth has not been kind to me lately, I must say. Okay. Oh yeah, I better check. Huh. Well, what happened here is that none of this is in the Knox collection. Well, that'll explain a lot. Yeah, unfortunately, I think I got the bevel radius all kinds of wrong. And it says, the first thing to understand shaders is that shaders is a misnomer based on what they were initially actually only used for. So he asks, what were they used for? And Vina responds, for shading. Which I suppose is, yeah, when you think about it. Oh god, yeah, that's what I was worried about. The memory of the thing doesn't go far back enough. Oh, yes it does. Come on now. Oh, we're out of undos, and we're well into a beveled existence here. That's what I wanted to avoid. How are we gonna get rid of that? Well, manually, of course. Oh, good lord. Well, I mean, if we're gonna do it like that, the best thing to do is... we still have the central faces, so we just need to dissolve vertices. We should be back to normal-ish. says, how is it a misnomer then? Because they aren't used for shading anymore, but for all sorts of nonsense and bullshit. A shader nowadays is basically just a program, any program that runs on the GPU. Yeah, to be fair, most Blender programs are kind of tangentially used in shading. They also are used in texturing. Oh, cool. What other... Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah. Unbeveling this is going to be a disaster, hasn't it? Should not have beveled until I was good and ready. Yeah, very different bevel styles. He says, anyways, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm falling asleep at the desk. Night-night, Vino, and merge the roots. Oh, I'll see what I've got to do. I'll have to merge them somehow. How is the million-dollar question, really? Okay. There we go. This might help. Might not. We're about to find out. Oh, that helps. Yeah, that's about right. It's a little jank, but we can probably fix it. I say with no confidence in the world. It's not terrible. It'll need some manual interventions, but yeah, that'll do. That'll bring us in line with everything else. We'll probably need weighted normals, but yeah, that'll do it. Rabbit says morning. Morning. Welcome by, everybody. We're plugging along. Oh, good lord, what happened here? I don't know what happened here. Guess we'll find out later. There, yes. not visible to the camera may as well not exist to me at this point. This mesh is giving me way more trouble than I thought it would. Much more. Alright. That doesn't look terrible. I'm not gonna win any awards, but nobody should be looking at this robot's rear arm. So we should be in the clear. Gonna hope anyways. Oh god, no, that's not gonna help anything. How about that? I mean, that's too much, but can we... Okay. That'll hurt. This might improve this. Okay. It's still not 100%. Okay. There we go. Alright, let's say that's good enough. We can probably also improve it by adding... Well, first of all, a subsurf would... Yeah, a subsurf would... Wow! Be much worse, actually. That's crazy. Didn't expect that, frankly. And again, it's not that weird. Yeah, these corners gonna cause problems. Only way to put it. So yeah, we're kind of stuck with this resolution, I think. Mina says, don't let your sub surf, I guess. I guess not. Okay. Lesson learned for next time. Yeah, no, there's not much I can do about that one, huh? It's better in some spots and worse than others. Which is a terrifying prospect to me, to be sure. I mean, we could always just try again. It's a bit daunting at this point, having sunk so much time into it, and yet I do think it might just be a better idea to start from scratch. At least with this little part in specific. Goodness knows it wouldn't take me too terribly long to get it back to where it was. Maybe this time we might be able to get somewhere different if I just start with 2 different parts from start, since I need 2 different materials. Yeah, it's a little rough, but oh well, the game's a little rough. Okay, we're gonna want. Oh wow, yeah, that's a bit not right. We may wanna improve that somewhat. If I recall correctly, the sequel to this one. Is to angle these so that they're around there, and then you can just, yep. So yeah, just make them two different things, and that'll make your life a lot easier, I think. Okay.
Okay. So then obviously my play here is a bit clear, I think. Well, media point, please. Okay. Active element, please. We'll just bring this dude back like a little bit. No crazy amount, just like a little bit. And then, alright. So the main problem with this strategy for this is that we need some kind of an arm socket. So we need to figure out how to make one out of these circumstances. That's the real challenge here. But it shouldn't be impossible. Not at all. At least I don't think so. Okay. So maybe when I subsurf this, it won't be horrible. We'll find out in short order, and I do mean goddamn short order. But I have good feelings about this one. ASK2, another one of my favorite Jimmy ones. Alright. We're getting good MIDI-wise tonight. Let's do a bevel for one. 2 segments. Yeah. Edges with type. Line method is going to be weight. These. Alright. Now if we just Shift E. Or is it gonna be... Doesn't seem like it's doing a goddamn thing, which is a little frustrating, but okay. With type percent, perhaps? Interesting. Yeah, that's really interesting. Hey! Oh. Oh. Well, I mean, it'd be great if the bevels lined up, but they don't. For whatever reason. It's just like it saw me and it was like, no. No, you don't get to do whatever it is that you want to do here. And I was like, okay, I didn't think my request was that weird, but I guess it was. Yeah, Arc always just destroys everything, which is fascinating to me. Patch Outer, on the other hand, does improve the situation occasionally. But for whatever reason, there's a very strict maximum on how much it allows me to bevel. I don't understand it. I really don't. If it could just let me bevel a little bit more, everything would be fine. But it's like, nah, this is the best I can do. It's very odd. Don't worry about that, we'll fix that later. But, it might be a good, oh, it says the width type will change that, I think. I mean, it does visibly change, but they all have the same problem. Ah, okay. Yeah, that'll do it. Thank you. Yeah, that'll do. That will absolutely positively do just fine. Okay, so restarting it was definitely the play. The situation has gone from bad to much better. Hide you real quick. Not this guy. I'm probably gonna have to do some off-screen renaming of everything. Because if I don't, I think I'm gonna go crazy. Yeah, off-screen renaming and organizing by next stream. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Subsurf. Okay. Looks a little jank, but it'll get better with time. So far. It's a little bit hard to parse, but you know, all suffering for the art somehow. Rabbit says, "Yeehaw!" Indeed. I can co-sign that. Alright. Now, at least in theory. Okay. Shade smooth. Okay, well, it's not looking quite as good as last time. No, it doesn't quite maintain the same amount of dignity. Let's put it like that. It's suffering. It's suffering would be the way that I would describe it. Okay. Yeah, it's doing real rough. Looks like there's no way around it. We gotta do a little bit of topology doctrine here. Subsurf, if you would just relax for a second and yes. Hell, you too. Okay. Let's see what we can get out of this. Okay. Let's start there. This Jimmy Paddock song is called The Thaumaturge. It's very apropos to be listening to this while making models for someone's Thaumcraft OCs. Oh, it says, oh my god, Thaumcraft OCs, that's awesome. I thought so too. That's the main reason why I'm doing this one at this specific juncture. I was like, Thaumcraft detected. I can't not. I can't not. I would have a hard time with myself if I didn't. So I chose to did instead. Alright, it's not ideal, but it's a much better situation than it was before. Substantially better. You could almost pretend that geometry's good. Rare circumstance. So, now if we activate this... Well, my eyes aren't bleeding immediately. We are gonna call that a dub. Look at that. Okay. I mean, we got a little bit of eye bleed. Only a little bit. We're definitely stepping up here. Now, why so much eye bleed? We don't know yet. I mean, if you relax a little bit, it does help. Let's put it like that. It does help. We still get this weirdness here. Can't deny. Oh.
That'll help, maybe. I don't know. You know, it says progressively and goodnifying. Yeah, a little bit. Now, you don't know what's odd? Okay, there are shading artifacts on both sides of this. That's what that's about. Okay, I mean, fair dues. Oh god, that was not right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's better edge flow for sure. That's still triangular edge flow though. And we know they don't like that. But you can just do this. And I mean, it's, in conclusion, it's a little better. Yeah, it's a little better. I think the other conclusion is, this is why we slather our scenes in volumetric stuffers. If you're working at speed and you can't get the topology right, you know what you do? You just have the scene take place in a cloud. Suddenly, all these problems, whoosh, they disappear. But still, you want to fight the good fight as best as you can to try and prevent disasters. Now let's see, just to make sure. Arc, yeah, that, Sharp is the only way. Arc and patch don't really seem to have a difference. But, yeah. It's not great because we got this 5 gun here, but it's, oh god, what's going on here? Everything was going good, and then suddenly things started going not as good. Well, I'm sure, like I said, it's the inside of the arm, it's covered, though obviously Knox isn't revealing that at the moment, but yeah. So hopefully we just slide away by the skin of our teeth on this one, you know what I'm saying? That's the goal, that's the hope. And we don't know much about Knox's arms, but we do know that they have slots, so, you know, with a little bit of time and a little bit of patience, before you know it, we'll have the whole thing taken care of. We'll see how that ends up going for us. This one ought to be interesting. Okay. Now we know it's supposed to be almost perfectly cubical. It's not, but we know it's supposed to be, so... We're gonna have our hands full trying to make that happen. We do have a little bit of indication that it is tapered outward, so we will be milking that for all we've got. Let's bevel this bad boy and there we go. Alright. It's not perfect, but, you know. And,
What I love about Loop Tools' relax function is that it is only sometimes item potent. Every now and again, it'll just give you a little extra that you didn't expect. It'll just be like, oh here. But most of the time, once you do it once, that's enough. Not always, though. Not always. It keeps you guessing. It keeps you guessing. You gotta be kept guessing, you know? Alright. So obviously another fun factor about all this is the T-pose doesn't really, you know, doesn't really work the way you'd expect it to or hope it to. Be that as it may, we carry on. No, not anymore. That ought to be good enough. We don't really need to go crazy. Just that ought to be about enough room for all your needs. The real nightmare, it begins with this. This is where things start to get wacky. For a number of reasons, not least of which is this bolt. We already know what that bolt's gonna do. Don't even need to pretend, you know? That's about perfectly right. We got lucky there. Yeah. Here's the real question. That makes sense. Not quite there. We want that to go at least a little bit past. Sucks to be me, but oh well. See if this helps any. I've got my doubts, though. And as always, we got that funky little disaster in the waiting right here. Just a mess in the offing right here. Okay, thank you, knife tool. Not really sure why we needed that, but I guess we needed that. Very cool. I mean, certainly not like... I guess we did, just because of the way it defines planes. But, you know, I have my doubts. And as before, I'm sure it's going to be a fresh disaster. See, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright, cool, and this should do it. We already know nothing good is going to come of this. No. The density change is simply too intense. It's going to freak out, but... Also, we've got some ready-made weird poles right here for us, so... God, we gotta try already, huh? Nina says, wait, that's wrong. I'm not sure what you mean. I'm sure you're probably right. but I'm not sure what you mean. You connected the corner vertex instead of the vertex below it. Well, yes. If you mean this instead of this, then I understand why you think it's wrong. It's because logic would dictate that it would be like this, but if you do that, then you have a triangulated face. That's the same reason I'm doing this nonsense up here. It looks like nonsense. It looks ugly as shit. It says no, top right, not bottom right. Oh, I see the one you're talking about. Yeah, no shit, you're right. Well, hold on. No, yeah. Sure enough. Thank you. That saved me from the ugly shit that I was saying that I was needing to do. Delete faces, alright. Weighted normals is gonna be our friend. I mean, it's just demoralizing knowing that it's gonna be weird and I'm not gonna know why. Okay, then this part I know why it's weird, kind of. It says just make it unweird. Well, I'll try. Trust me, I'll try, but what can you do against such weird? What can you do against that? Christ. I mean, you can do some stuff.
Oh yeah, he's back. Welcome back, Sally. We're still on this type shit beat. The beat has remained the same. We still have this type shit to deal with. But we're trying. Pardon me, the sun has risen, so gotta take care of that. Yeah, that's painful to look at, but oh well. It says, an eternal search of goodliness. Yeah. Yeah, that's about right. I can only blame it so much, you know? But I can blame it. We need medium for this. Yeah, that'll do. So yeah, it's gonna freak out. Like, actually freak out. But with a little bit of a subsurf. Because we need to subsurf this. It'll get even worse. That's the best part. Okay.
9 of 410 verts, too. So no easy shortcuts here. Something's got to be awful. Okay, that span isn't great, but it'll about do, so that's what we're gonna go with for now. Ideally, nobody should see this, so we can get away with, you know, mistakes. Sins, some might even say, you know. A sin here or there. Cat. Let's see. They're about the right... They're about pointed in the right direction. I say about because they're not 100% pointed in the right direction. Okay. Tools, flatten, there we go. Alright. It's not great, but it's getting there. Oh, it's getting there, alright. God damn it, Knox, you were supposed to be the fast one. And relatively speaking, you were, but... Lux took me 2 days, Knox is taking me 1 day and change, probably. I mean, the change is going to be ahead, so God knows how long that's going to take. But it's not going to be the disaster that certain other situations have been. So, we got that to look forward to. Okay. We want to generate bevels. Wanna generate subsurfs.
And we want to generate weighted normals. And all that combined gives us almost tolerable geometry. Crazy. 2 segments, Jesus Christ. Method set to weight. And
Alright. Let's hope we got this right. No, we didn't. Almost fucked it up. Alright, now we should be good.
Patch. Percent. Okay. Okay. How about that? How about that? Alright. Not great. Well, no, it's pretty good. Oh god damn it. Alright. Good enough. How about that? Looking not bad. Looking not bad. So, given that it's looking not bad, let's run a little risk. Whoa, what the what happened? Everything was fine. What do you mean? Why? What? Oh, okay, it's just because of that. For some reason, we don't know what reason, but it is just because of that, and it is symmetrical. Yeah, just do that, and it's fine. Just literally have it at any angle but that, and it's fine. Okay. Who am I to disagree with that? Sure. As for this thing, I need to hide this thing so that I can actually take a look, and lo and behold, we've got some kind of artifact. What kind of artifact? We don't know. It's only on one side, and it's only here, and it's... What the fuck is that? Larger by distance, maybe? No vertices removed. That's a real fake ghost line? Now, we usually attribute these things to my unique method of existing, but I think this one's just fucked. I didn't do nothing to that one. That one just came like that. Alright, there it is. So now, Knox is just about where Lux is, minus the head. And given that we are literally rolling over to the 7-hour mark, I think this is where I'm going to have to call it for tonight. I think we made some good progress. It's not perfect, but we are just about there with Knox, and then from there, we're going to have to give both of them hands, which is going to be a problem. But, you know, it'll be surmountable. And then we can move on to animating. But until then, everybody, I'd like to thank y'all very much for joining me. And I'd like to say, I'll see you next time. Till then, everybody, stay safe, and I'll see you around. Bye-bye now.